protections so American people have the transparency they deserve. Unfortunately, many schools fail to report these foreign gifts and funding, leaving foreign actors with a stranglehold on U.S. academic institutions. The effects of this unchecked influence are grave. A congressional investigation last year found multiple examples of problematic Chinese partnerships with top research universities involving highly sensitive military technology. Studies have also found billions in undisclosed foreign funds to universities help fuel anti-Semitism on college campuses. The Biden-Harris administration failed to open a single Section 117 investigation, illustrating the administration's unwillingness to treat foreign influence as a serious threat. Fortunately, this committee is taking action. Representative Michael Baumgartner has reintroduced the Deterrent Act, which provides transparency and clarity by slashing the reporting dollar threshold, closing reporting loopholes, requiring disclosures for faculty and endowments, and specifically combating America's biggest countries of concern, such as Russia and China. I'd also like to highlight that deterrent includes bills from my colleagues, Representative Harris, Representative Owens, and Representative Messmer. Last Congress, the Deterrent Act passed the House 246 to 170 with the support of 250 Republicans and 31 Democrats. Our colleges and universities have a take foreign money first, ask questions later mindset. This needs to change. This mindset also needs to change in K-12. Chinese Communist Party, CCP, influence in American classrooms is pervasive across all levels of education. In K-12 schools, Confucius classrooms pose as a cultural exchange center, yet often act as vehicles for CCP propaganda. These CCP propaganda outposts have infiltrated more than 500 American K-12 schools, and their grip on education threatens America's classrooms. The CCP Confucius classrooms pose a national security risk, a geopolitical security risk, and an academic security risk. To combat these threats, the committee will consider 3 bills to counter the CCP's influence and ensure that schools are transparent about their funding sources. First, the Protect Our Kids Act from Representative Hearn and Representative Kevin Kiley combats foreign interference by halting the flow of CCP funds to K-12 schools. Second, the Class Act from Representative Joyce and Representative Michael Rulli ensures transparency by requiring schools to disclose the source of any foreign funding. And finally, the Trace Act from Representative Bean and Representative Ryan McKenzie empowers parents by giving them the rights to know about foreign-funded resources or personnel. Together, these 3 bills will help ensure that American classrooms teach American values, not CCP values. I'm looking forward to passing these bills. Taken together, today's markup package will keep students healthier and safer. With that, I yield now to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're here to mark up 4 education bills and 1 nutrition-related bill. With regard to the education bills, it's hard to overlook the glaring irony in today's markup. My Republican colleagues have either been silent or are actively supporting the dismantling of the Department of Education, a goal that is promoted in the guidebook called Project 2025 on page 352. For those pushing this damaging policy, the argument rests on the perception that the federal government is too involved in our schools, and here we are marking up bills that would give the Department of Education more responsibility to impose unfunded mandates and interfere with local schools. And we recently received disappointing school achievement scores from national achievement scores, and so the Republicans are responding by abolishing the Department of Education, but then what? There's a tendency to just complain but not do anything. But you've abolished the Department of Education, then what? There's no actual plan to improve academic achievement. In fact, the administration is making it harder to improve public education. Earlier this week, the Trump administration permitted Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency to sabotage the work of the Institute of Education Sciences, a place that produces high-quality research and is used to improve our public schools. So the proposals we're considering today will not actually improve students' education and outcomes. We're considering a series of bills that only add complexity and confusion and, frankly, are solutions in search of a problem. For example, H.R. 1048 creates an arbitrary, potentially discriminatory approach targeting certain countries and their researchers by focusing on nationality rather than security risks. This bill undermines the international collaborations that have historically advanced fields like health and technology. I've said before, we can address these concerns without undermining the trust between our institutions and our global partners. Next, H.R. 649 would allow whole milk to be served in school lunches, disregarding science-based nutrition standards, which are now developed not by the Obama administration, but by evidence-based recommendations from the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, the DGAs. These standards focus on the health of our children, but this bill undermines the efforts to align school meal programs with the latest science-based nutritional findings. It is especially disheartening that this legislation is being considered at a time when Republicans are reportedly considering significant cuts in SNAP benefits and the school meal program that would take free meals away from hungry children. Then there's H.R. 1069, which would place unnecessary restrictions on public schools if they've received any financial contributions, teaching materials, or other resources from China, or if there's no clear evidence that there is even any significant foreign influence in K through 12 schools, and this bill fails to address any actual threats, even if they did exist. H.R. 1005 and 1049 are just as problematic. They add layers of bureaucracy and impose excessive reporting requirements on schools without providing the necessary support or funding for schools to comply. My colleagues have historically called these types of bills unfunded mandates. Instead of addressing our schools' real challenges, such as widening achievement gaps as revealed by the NAEP scores, the teacher shortages, improving school infrastructure, these bills will only create more administrative burdens. And so I'd like to emphasize that it does not make sense to advocate for dismantling the Department of Education, then advance bills which include additional responsibilities for the Secretary of Education. So let's be clear. Today's bills do nothing to improve our schools' NAEP scores, do nothing to improve child hunger, or as my colleagues on the other side purport, reduce adverse foreign influence. Instead, they only create more administrative hurdles, complicate the problems we face in education, and fuel misinformation. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll be opposing these bills, encourage my colleagues to oppose them too, and with that, I yield back.
I thank my friend, and you've done a great job illustrating why we're going to have a great time on this committee this year. Discussing the diversity of viewpoints and why I think I'm right and you think you're right. In the end, we'll see what happens. But I think we can agree. We want children to learn, and we want our schools to work. So we will debate those issues. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes as to amendments may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rules 14b. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measures be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measures was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The bills being marked up today shall be open to amendment, at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by the House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to the resolution or to a bill and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 1048 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1048, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to strengthen disclosure requirements relating to foreign gifts and contracts.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Baumgartner, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled Deterrence_01.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048 offered by Mr. Baumgartner of Washington. Identifier deter ANS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Baumgartner for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying how delighted I am to be on this A committee under your leadership. I'm the son of a university professor. I had the opportunity to spend a year after my undergraduate education teaching at Catholic University of Mozambique, and then when I attended Harvard University, I was both a student of international development and then also a teaching fellow of international development, and have from time to time been a university lecturer on other issues, including at Sciences Po University in Paris on the issues of counterinsurgency. So I believe strongly in higher education and in strengthening higher education, and that's exactly what this bill does. Higher education is one of the jewels of American society. It's an ability for social mobility. It's an absolute wonderful mechanism where research and development can strengthen our economy. But unfortunately, it's also an area that is often under attack and used by malign influences to subvert American interests. This bill brings some sunshine and some sunlight to those issues and helps protect Americans' system of higher education, and I'm delighted to offer this bill. America's foreign adversaries are targeting our nation's students. They attempt to steal research, push propaganda, and sometimes censor free speech. Colleges and universities are on the front lines of this malign foreign interference. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea represent the greatest security threats to the United States and are constantly seeking to undermine U.S. interests. Section 117 of the Higher Education Act is a key tool to provide transparency in fight against threats proposed by our foreign adversaries. Indeed, there is no greater weapon in America's arsenal of democracy than sunlight, and this bill is above all a sunlight bill. Section 117 requires universities to disclose publicly gifts and contracts with foreign entities over a certain dollar threshold, shining a light on hidden financial transactions. The Turin Act makes key updates to Section 117 to improve transparency, accountability, and clarity. The bill lowers the annual threshold from $250,000 to $50,000 for all foreign sources and lowers the threshold further to $0 for countries of concern and any other concerning entities. This will ensure that the harmful gifts and contracts can no longer be hidden as today they are. The bill also requires full transparency for foreign contracts and prohibits most contracts with countries of concern. This will give much-needed scrutiny to any relationship with problematic entities. This bill closes reporting loopholes so foreign entities cannot hide the true origin or purpose of their gifts. Institutions are also required to maintain a compliance officer who will certify the accuracy submitted Section 117 reports. Institutions can no longer feign ignorance when accepting problematic foreign money. This bill holds our most research-heavy and wealthiest institutions accountable. It requires public disclosure of foreign gifts to individual staffs at research-heavy institutions and also reveals foreign investments in the endowments of our largest private universities. Finally, the bill implements a stringent series of repercussions, including pulling federal student aid for colleges that remain non-compliant. It establishes a clear enforcement protocol, improves intergovernmental coordination, and makes sure Section 117 cannot be ignored. Bottom line, the Deterrent Act is a crucial step towards transparency, protecting American education and students from malicious foreign influence. And let me say that I believe strongly in the positive aspects of collaboration between American universities and foreign entities. In my own life, I remember visiting in Malawi a project on agroforestry between Washington State University and the University of Malawi, and it was a wonderful project that was helping research in both institutions. So there's a lot of good that happens when our universities and foreign entities collaborate, but there can also be a lot of bad. One only need look at the many examples of, from the Department of Justice of malign influence from the Chinese government with universities, but we don't know if that's all there is. There's not enough disclosure, there's not enough understanding of this important issue, and we need to prepare our universities and prepare the American people to understand how this works. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. I know there is a reference to Project 2025, and what's going on right now with the Department of Education. This bill has been introduced previously, has nothing to do with Project 2025. This is just, the bottom line, a good sunlight bill for a very, very serious problem. I yield the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman. For further discussion, I recognize the gentlelady from Atlanta, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman Mulberg. You know, I understand and I do appreciate the intent behind the Deterrent Act. But if House Republicans and the President truly want to lead in America, and they want America to lead, they must permanently reverse the cuts to the National Institutes of Health and restore full funding to our clinics, our universities, and our medical centers around the country. Cutting funding to American research projects makes us less safe and actually pushes these jobs and these cutting-edge projects overseas, possibly to the same foreign adversaries that the majority that you are saying is targeting with this bill. These cuts create a very clear incentive to move these projects from world-class institutions, like in my state of Georgia, University of Georgia, Georgia State, of course, Georgia Tech, and UGA, to other countries. Federal judge has thankfully paused this directive, but it's not enough for us just to wait outside for the lawsuits to protect folks back home from damaging and possibly illegal orders like these. I urge my colleagues today to fully evaluate what this means for your states and for your own districts. Not what the White House says it will do, but what these cuts actually mean for the people who live and work in your districts. What this really means for patients, what it means for families who have been waiting to take their turn in really important and critical clinical trials, patients and their families who are hoping and praying for a miracle. And yes, I was one of those. When I was diagnosed with my second bout of breast cancer, I had the privilege of taking part in a clinical trial at the University of Alabama in Birmingham. And without that care that I received in that clinical trial, the funding that is now being halted, I might not be sitting here before you today. So I thank God every single day for the opportunity to get the advanced care that I was given and that I needed so that I could get better, so that I am now here serving the United States of America, trying to protect people just like me, that these cuts will drastically influence the ability for them to be able to be healthy and viable and to live. And that's an opportunity that may not be made available to folks now that these cuts are in place. And that's simply wrong. So I encourage all of my colleagues to oppose this bill and all the other misguided efforts that make America less competitive on the world stage and less healthy here at home. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Deterrent Act before us today, which is what we're to be talking about, is an important step towards protecting our national security. Our nation is home to many of the top academic institutions in the world, leading the way on groundbreaking research in healthcare, energy production, engineering, agriculture, and more. Unfortunately, that makes these institutions prime targets for foreign adversaries to exert their influence and potentially compromise American research and intellectual property. The Deterrent Act will help mitigate these threats by increasing transparency in foreign investments, closely scrutinizing any gifts or contracts from our adversaries, and implementing concrete enforcement actions for noncompliance. Of course, for any of these policies to have an impact, institutions must accurately report required information under Section 117. Many colleges and universities in my district have told me that the current reporting system at the Department of Education is outdated, burdensome, and difficult to interact with. Additionally, for larger institutions with higher volumes of reporting, allowing only one individual to submit all of the necessary information creates needless headaches, in many cases can delay the reporting of this information. For these reasons, I am glad to see this legislation includes provisions that I've championed to streamline reporting, provide better technical assistance to institutions, and ensure larger institutions are able to comply with this mandate. This includes allowing institutions to report all necessary gifts and contracts by uploading one file to the department's database. Currently, institutions are often required to report each eligible gift or contract one by one to the department, creating a cumbersome and bureaucratic process that is inefficient. By improving the user interface to allow for batch reporting, institutions will be able to more easily comply with reporting requirements outlined in this legislation. Additionally, the bill permits institutions to designate up to 3 individuals to file these reports rather than 1, leveling the playing field for larger institutions that have significant reporting obligations. Finally, I'm glad to see language ensuring the department hears, considers, and is responsive to feedback from a comprehensive group of users. All of these provisions further increase accountability within the department and provide institutions with the necessary resources to fully comply with the provisions in this legislation. Thank you to Congressman Baumgartner for leading this important legislation, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation in the interest of accountability, transparency, and national security. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Ranking Member Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we can all agree that institutions have to be transparent about the resources they receive from foreign entities, especially since the federal government has historically invested about $30 billion into our higher education institutes' research and development efforts. But this doesn't do anything to protect the security within our universities. This bill would require faculty to report any gift, even coffee and donuts, received by somebody born in a country of concern. You have a list of countries of concern. And then what happens if the colleague comes in and brings coffee and donuts for everybody? You have to check out their citizenship. Maybe they're an American citizen. Maybe they're not. If you've eaten the donut and you say, "Ooh, I don't know," then you find out that they are a foreign national, you have to report that and now be listed on a report list, searchable database where people can find out that you're a suspect. Is that what happens? I don't know. We need to make sure that we can actually implement this bill if it ever becomes law. It's curious that you all want to get rid of the Department of Education. Who's going to implement it after you do that? This is just an overkill. We can deal with influence from foreign governments. We can list gifts of any significance, but a zero limit, that is coffee and donuts included, is a ridiculous way to pass legislation, and I would hope that we would defeat the substitute and the bill.
I thank the gentleman. I just ask that we have whole milk with that donut.
You'll have your chance in a minute.
I now recognize the gentleman from Utah, the Vice Chair of this committee, Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Imagine that a prestigious American university, one that prides itself on academic freedom and innovation, is quietly funneling millions of dollars into investments tied to Chinese Communist Party, Russian oligarchs, or Iranian regime. Imagine that while students are being taught about democracy and free thought, their tuition dollars are helping fund governments that actively work against these same very ideals. This isn't hypothetical, it's happening right now. That's why we need the Deterrent Act, a critical step toward bolstering our national security and bringing much-needed transparency to higher education. I'm especially proud of my legislation. The Reporting on Investments in Foreign Adversaries Act is included in this bill, ensuring that we take strong action to protect our educational system from foreign influence. More specifically, the Reporting on Investments in Foreign Adversary Acts will require private universities with endowments of over $6 billion or investments of concern exceeding $250 million to disclose their financial ties to countries like China, Russia, and Iran. If our universities are making money off regimes that seek to undermine us, the American people have a right to know. I want to thank Mr. Bumgarner for this legislation. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Deterrent Acts to safeguard our higher educational system from malicious foreign influence. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, as a retired 40-year professor at a small college in North Carolina, I certainly agree that transparency in higher education matters. But no one is arguing that we should know where major foreign funding is coming from. But this bill, it's not about transparency. It's about overreach, red tape, and fear-mongering. So let's break it down. It buries colleges, especially small ones, under unnecessary paperwork, dropping the reporting threshold from $250,000 to $50,000. Now that means that universities will spend more time tracking routine collaborations and less time actually educating students. It targets faculty and staff, treating educators like spies by forcing them to report every single foreign contract and gift. It forces private institutions to disclose their endowment investments despite zero evidence that this improves transparency or national security. So if we're being real, this isn't about accountability, it's about politics. And so we know exactly who this bill is targeting. My colleagues across the aisle love to throw around concerns about China, but who among the top foreign donors to American universities? Canada, England, Qatar. But you wouldn't know that listening to some of the rhetoric here today. But let's talk about what this means for our educators. Let's say a professor attends a professional development seminar on STEM education. It's sponsored by a university. She goes and learns new strategies and brings them back to her students and her colleagues. Months later, she finds out that the conference had partial foreign funding. So does she now have to report that? Would she have to track down who paid for lunch? Would she need to vet every speaker's financial history before attending? The result? Teachers and researchers will think twice before engaging in global collaboration. So instead of making things clearer, this bill makes things harder. These aren't problems we solve in silos. They're solved by collaborating with the brightest minds around the world. So meanwhile, while other countries invest in higher education, this bill does the opposite. It makes it harder to conduct research, harder to recruit top talent, harder for America to stay ahead. So if we're serious about national security and academic integrity, let's focus on smart, targeted solutions, not blanket restrictions. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleges and universities are becoming battlefields for influence over our next generation of leaders. And America is allowing our adversaries to gain ground with every foreign dollar. Every year, funds from countries all around the world pour into American institutions, In 2021 alone, U.S. colleges and universities received $1.1 billion in international gifts and contracts. These countries do not have America's best interest in mind, and every one of their dollars could come with strings attached. This is a national security emergency that must be addressed immediately. Today, I'm grateful that we're considering the Deterrent Act, legislation that will crack down on foreign involvement in the U.S. education system by strengthening requirements for colleges to report foreign gifts and contracts. Students, parents, and taxpayers have a right to know the financial ties of these universities. The veil will be lifted, and there will be no more under-the-table deals that leave Americans in the dark. This bill includes language from my own legislation, the No Contracts with Foreign Adversaries Act, which requires a college or university to be transparent about the reason that they might want to contract with, say, China, Russia, North Korea, or Iran. Countries currently designed by our government as, quote, countries of concern. The Wall Street Journal reported that over the last 12 years, U.S. schools had nearly 3,000 contracts with China valued at $2.32 billion. The question is why? Are our institutions strapped for cash? I mean, with a collective $927 billion in endowments and trillions of taxpayer dollars lining the pockets of institutions through student loans, that hardly seems likely. So why do our most elite institutions accept payments from our geopolitical enemies? Under the first Trump administration, the Department of Education investigated and uncovered $6.5 billion in previously unreported money from adversarial countries to the coffers of universities. Who knows what Trump's Department of Education will uncover this time, especially since President Biden's administration did not open a single investigation in 4 years, completely disregarding current law. I wonder why. Maybe it has to do with the $14 million donated to the Penn Biden Center from unnamed Chinese sources. While it's true there could be an academic purpose for a partnership with a country like China or Russia, but these partnerships cannot come at the expense of our national security, research integrity, or future generations. The Deterrent Act strengthens current law by raising the reporting standards and providing a real enforcement mechanism if schools try to shirk their responsibility to students across this country. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Deterrent Act, and Chairman, with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Representative Bonamici.
Thank you, Chairman Walberg. I move to strike the last word. I want to align myself with the comments of Ranking Member Scott and also Representatives McBath and Adams regarding the Deterrent Act. I also want to welcome to the committee our new colleague from the Pacific Northwest. Thank you for your positive words about higher education. But I want to note that I've spoken with many universities over the past couple of weeks, and I question the priority here today, because with the massive cuts to the not only NIH, as Representative McBath mentioned, but also to the National Science Foundation, our universities across the country are extremely concerned about what this means to ongoing research and research in the future. So if I understand that this bill talks about protecting research collaboration, but I tell you, I'm not sure how many researchers are going to be left with whom to collaborate if this research funding is cut. I also I'm a little bit baffled by the comments about national security when we have right now the feeding to the wood chipper, I believe, as Elon Musk mentioned, of USAID, which is not just a humanitarian organization, it is a national security issue. People who work for USAID are ears and eyes on the ground around the world, and shuttering that agency will be devastating for national security as well as our standing in the world. So I question the priorities today. I hope that we can talk about improving higher education by supporting research, by making higher education more affordable, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Now I recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Representative Messmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 1048, the Deterrent Act, a bill that addresses a key national security vulnerability in our higher education institutions, our foreign adversaries' influence peddling via gift-giving loopholes. I especially support the provision of this bill, lowering the reporting threshold for all foreign funding to higher education institutions from $250,000 to $50,000, and requiring reporting of any foreign source gifts from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. When I was in the Indiana Senate, I worked with our Attorney General to pass into law a bipartisan bill that required all foreign funding disclosure reporting to the AG from our colleges, similar to what is required by federal law. I'm honored to have legislation language that I've introduced into this bill. Section 117, subsection E of the Deterrent Act includes language from H.R. 1018, the Instruct Act, requiring more interagency information sharing between the Department of Education and our intelligence agencies and the broader departmental interagency. Any disclosure report received by the Secretary of Education must be shared no later than 90 days to cabinet members across the interagency with equity in protecting our higher education institutions, including the FBI, DNI, CIA, DOS, the DOD, DOJ, the DOC, DHS, the DOE, NSF, and the NIH. The Deterrent Act will also include language from the Instruct Act requiring report from the GAO 3 years after the bill enactment that would require a study on ways to improve intergovernmental agency coordination regarding the implementation and enforcement of the Deterrent Act. If passed, I look forward to maintaining congressional oversight on the enactment of these reporting requirements and ways to improve the process on enforcement and information sharing compliance. I look forward to continuing to work with the members of this committee on protecting our schools, our students, from any influence that seeks to lessen their educational experience and value. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized? Oh, excuse me, there is one. There'll be two now. I recognize a representative from New York, Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the sponsor of the amendment as allowed in these proceedings. Elon Musk has committed $100 million for the establishment of a new university in Texas, and I would assume that if the Deterrent Act is passed into law, that prior to the establishment of that university, he would be subjected to disclosure of his interactions with the People's Republic of China. Is that true?
Gentlemen wish to respond?
Mm-hmm. Well, if passed into law, the measure would apply to all universities. But I would also add that nothing in this act cuts any funding from any universities.
Thank you. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now I recognize the gentlelady, Representative Hayes.
Thank you. I kind of in the same vein, I'm listening along as my Republican colleagues are speaking in support of this legislation, and I hear things like national security, research integrity, transparency, financial disclosures, congressional oversight. I would just ask that they bring that same energy when we're talking about Elon Musk and some of his dealings and financial involvement with outside governments, which they have been eerily silent on. So the same energy that you're bringing to strong defense of this legislation, I would just hope that we would apply that across the board whenever we're talking about our Article 1 constitutional authority as members of Congress. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Connecticut. Now I ask if there are any further members who wish to be recognized. Seeing none, there being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of the amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Dem AMD 04.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier Dem _AMD _04.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
I recognize the gentleman from Utah for point of order. A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to offer this Democratic amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048. As I've mentioned, colleges and universities collaborate with a range of international entities to advance complex research inquiries that contribute to the growth of our knowledge on an array of issues. These international partnerships allow for a diverse range of perspectives and resources that help make bold strides in health science and technology. My Democratic colleagues and I remain committed to ensuring that institutions have resources to safeguard their work from undue foreign influence. While I appreciate the majority's interest in addressing this important issue, it is clear that their proposal is far too extreme and does not actually promote international compliance. Specifically, with such harsh fines and limited opportunities for institutions to seek guidance, I'm concerned that these changes to Section 117 of the Higher Education Act will discourage institutions from collaborating with international entities that are essential to solving important global issues. At a time when President Trump is already halting funding for vital research across the country, this international collaboration is now more essential than ever. Also very concerned to see language that targets individual faculty members for their collaboration with foreign entities, including their own colleagues on campus. We have a responsibility to strike a balance between enforcing the law and fostering safe campuses for students, scholars, and faculty. Unlike the underlying bill, our Democratic substitute takes a thoughtful approach to Section 117 compliance to support institutions as they evaluate and implement their research integrity and foreign influence policies. In addition to requiring the filing of annual reports for gifts and contracts from foreign entities, our bill would create a robust database at the Department of Education to hold these reports. It establishes the common sense sanctions for noncompliance that allow room for helping institutions who need support scaling up their compliance work rather than punishing them with severe civil penalties, and it establishes a single point of contact at the department to coordinate Section 117 compliance. Democratic substitute also builds on the robust work being done through the implementation of the CHIPS and Science Act and the Presidential Memorandum on Government-Supported Research and Development, a national security policy guidance by aligning reporting requirements to those of other federal agencies and requiring the Secretary of Education to go through negotiated rulemaking to address key implementation aspects of Section 117, including common sense thresholds that would not require reporting a gift of a cup of coffee. I urge my colleagues to support the Democratic substitute rather than the underlying bill to enhance institutions' ability to protect against foreign influence while supporting international collaboration. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, DEM.
We're still on
All right,
Representative
okay.
Scott's amendment.
I withdraw that right now. Thank you.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. Instead of taking the threat of foreign influence seriously, this amendment is a mere slap on the wrist and includes gaping disclosure loopholes. This is insufficient to protect our students and institutions from our worst adversaries. The amendment first makes it easier for foreign sources to be undetected, doubling the threshold for contracts to $100,000 and allowing gifts under $250,000 over a 3-year span to be unreported. Bad actors will seek any possible way to avoid transparency about their attempts to harm America through their influence over American post-secondary education. And a strict threshold is essential to stop that from happening. The annual thresholds in deterrent are simple and align with other requirements in existing federal law, such as is in CHIPS and NSPM 33. Shockingly, this amendment includes no difference for America's biggest enemies, countries of concern and entities of concern. In my colleagues' minds, gifts from Russia, China, and Iran are exactly the same as gifts from England or Canada. I find it alarming that my colleagues are trying to make it easier for countries of concern to find ways to influence our universities. I want to remind everyone here that deterrent uses a tailored list of countries and individuals pulled from existing law that have a proven track record of being security threats and actively working against the United States and actually naming themselves as enemies of the United States. The Democrat ANS also has terrible carve-outs that provide gaping loopholes for cunning adversaries. The amendment prevents disclosure of the names of foreign sources and the names of who at the institution is receiving the gift, and also exempts all clinical trials. These loopholes will make it easier for foreign sources to conceal their relationships, rendering disclosure all but useless. Simple transparency is the best way to ensure partnerships are as good as institutions claim. Finally, the Democrats provide no real incentive for schools to comply. Their fines for violations go as low as $250. After 3 consecutive years of violations, the Democrat fine only goes up to the full amount of the gift. This is a laughable drop in the bucket compared to the billions in foreign checkbooks. Money talks, and institutions need to know Section 117 cannot be ignored. We have already seen institutions fail to disclose billions in the past, and this paltry fine has no real consequences. It's time to take foreign influences seriously. I stand against this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman,
I recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
I'd request the roll call vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina for purpose of amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment, DEM AMD 03. I would like to offer this amendment because it aims to address something that I hope we can all agree on, protecting sensitive.
Does the gentleman from Utah question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order. Read here first.
I ask the clerk to designate the amendment.
Oh, okay.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048 offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina. Identifier Dem_AMD_03.
Mr. Chairman,
I now recognize the gentleman from Utah.
I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Utah reserves a point of order. And now I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer this amendment because it aims to address something that I hope we can all agree on, protecting sensitive data. I'm deeply concerned by the gross privacy violations that we are currently witnessing by DOJ, Elon Musk, and his minions across the federal government. I'm further concerned that these privacy violations, if continued at the Department of Education, will enable important foreign influence work could be hijacked by outside officials with personal or political, not national security motivations. My amendment would simply require a Department of Education employee, not a DOJ employee, not a political employee appointee, to serve as the designated point of contact for Section 117 compliance. This position would be responsible for receiving and analyzing all data regarding colleges, foreign gifts, and contracts, relaying said information to relevant national security agencies, and supporting colleges in remaining compliant with the law. The amendment would also require this point of contact to adhere to a strict conflict of interest policy to ensure the integrity of the oversight work necessary in the role. It's no secret that Elon Musk and his businesses have deep ties to China, a country that H.R. 1048 defines as a country of concern. We cannot have someone like this or their so-called organization in charge of protecting against foreign influence. Americans are actively witnessing a deeply alarming trend of DOGE continuing to devalue, disrupt, dismantle the work of civil servants and federal agencies. So I don't want to see this important policy fall prey to these same attacks. And to that end, Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to keep this data secure and support my amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on the point of order?
Mr. Chair, I withdraw the point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing no others seeking recognition on the amendment, I recognize myself. I would, before speaking to Representative Adams' amendment, I would point out that for the Deterrent Act, the exact same standard for monetary gifts as members of Congress are there, so a cup of coffee would not come under the requirements. I oppose this amendment. I appreciate my colleagues' interest in ensuring Section 117 data is shared and disclosed properly. It's our intent that the department maintain a clear point of contact to help schools comply with the requirements of Section 117. The bill includes clear provisions about what information can be shared, while also promoting key interagency coordination to protect national security. We specifically authorize where the Section 117 data can be shared and with whom. The wording of this amendment could risk hampering interagency coordination and provide no additional clear privacy protections. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back. If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina, Representative Adams. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a
Gentlelady
recorded.
asked for a recorded vote.
Thank you.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048 offered by Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania. Identifier Dem_AMD_02.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is authorized. Now I recognize Representative Lee for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute addressing the inevitable harm this bill would cause on campus climate. The Deterrent Act is a recipe for more xenophobia, more discrimination, and more profiling of international students and students of color. If enacted, my amendment will require the Government Accountability Office to study whether this bill fuels hostility on campuses and undermines the international research partnerships that keep America at the forefront of innovation. And while it's critical for GAO to investigate this bill, those of us who are Black or brown or from immigrant communities already know what GAO will find. We've endured policies like these for generations. From McCarthy-era loyalty oaths targeting immigrant scholars to domestic terrorism investigations of students, Black power organizers, to post-9/11 surveillance of Muslim students. American history is full of moments where the government has used fear and national security to justify discrimination on campuses. President Trump's first term gave us yet another example. His China initiative also claimed to be about national security, but in reality it encouraged racial profiling, wrongful investigations, and mass surveillance of students and scholars simply because of their ethnicity. Now, the Trump administration is moving to revoke visas for students expressing their rights under the First Amendment. These actions aren't about combating espionage or foreign influence. They're about intimidation, silencing marginalized voices, and creating an atmosphere of fear. When students watch their peers be surveilled, harassed, or driven out, the message is clear. You don't belong. You're not wanted here. That's why I introduced the Creating Positive College Campus Racial Climates Act, legislation to hold colleges accountable for creating safe and inclusive environments. This bill requires schools to inform students of their rights, report discrimination data transparently, and conduct regular campus climate assessments. So we're not relying on anecdotal evidence alone to understand the marginalization students of color and international students experience daily. We know that many students of color regularly face bias, harassment, and isolation on campus, but too often, schools sweep it under the rug. Right now, there's no consistent way to track how often discrimination happens, how schools respond, or whether students even know how to report it. If colleges don't measure the problem, they'll never fix it. The Campus Act makes sure they do. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to ensure that every student, faculty member, no matter where they come from, can live, work, and study in environments free from xenophobia and racial profiling. Colleges and universities don't just benefit from international students and scholars, they depend on it. Their research, their work, and their contributions make our country stronger and more competitive on the world stage. A welcoming, diverse, and inclusive campus climate is what allows colleges to keep producing the breakthroughs and innovations that push our country forward. The Deterrent Act takes us in the opposite direction. If my colleagues across the aisle are confident this bill won't fuel discrimination or harm international research, then they should have no problem supporting my amendment. I urge my colleagues for their support. I yield back.
Mr. Chair? Yeah.
Insist on a point of order.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw the point of order.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If none, then I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in opposition to this amendment. Arguments from my Democrat colleagues assume that deterrent will harm beneficial international collaboration and harm international students. This couldn't be further from the truth. The Deterrent Act asks for common sense disclosures such as the intended purpose of the contract, the department responsible for the contract, and the length of the contract. Disclosing this information does not block beneficial partnerships with our allies. Our goal is not to sow seeds of paranoia or distrust, but rather recognize the way American collaboration has time and time again been exploited by other nations for their own self-interest. As President Reagan famously quipped, trust but verify. Countries and entities of concern have a proven track record of undermining U.S. interests. Other federal agencies and laws have recognized that these actors pose a unique threat to American safety. For contracts with countries and entities of concern, institutions can go through a waiver process so long as they disclose in a transparent fashion the contract text and purpose. if contracts are innocent, as institutions claim they should be, able to prove it to the American public. The Deterrent Act focuses only on foreign sources, not individuals based on a certain ethnicity or background. Also, the bill's provisions apply to all foreign countries, so nations in Europe, Africa, Asia, or anywhere else will be equally required to follow the law. Sadly, many of the victims of authoritarian and hostile regimes are in fact their own citizens. Many international students come to the U.S. hoping to escape the oppressiveness of their home country, but face what is known as transnational repression, thanks to unchecked influence of hostile regimes. Transparency is the best way to protect institutions, all students, and the American public from malign foreign actors. Students of all backgrounds should be able to study and learn without feeling watched or manipulated by foreign countries or entities. American institutions should represent the freedom to learn, discuss, and disagree. Curbing malign influence through the Deterrent Act is necessary to protect these ideals for all students. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and pass H.R. 1048. I yield back. For what does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to strike the last, word and speak in support of the amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to talk about an example of something that happened not that long ago, actually. A wrongfully accused faculty member at MIT. Here we have a primary example of how anxiety toward being racially profiled can impact a person's livelihood. In the case of Professor Dr. Gang Shen, who was, he had to walk away from his career as a scientific researcher because of what turned out to be false accusations of espionage. So I want to remind my colleagues that to lead in the efforts of ensuring that all people, particularly those from the international community, are able to work in important spaces where they are fully accepted. This case should also serve as a reminder for the continued work that's highly needed and critical to our society. So keep in mind that the damage, as stated by Professor Chen, should serve as a catalyst about why we need to remain vigilant to any and all forms of discrimination. So I don't know if anybody wants to address it, how you would handle this if we don't have an amendment like the one that is pending. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Connecticut, Representative Lee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Representative Scott, seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk, DEM AMD _01.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier DEM _AMD _01.
I now recognize
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Utah.
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Scott, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I think this amendment would exclude hospitality between colleagues. I think your comments indicate that you probably support the idea, so I would hope you would support the amendment. The language you referred to of the minimum reporting is on page 25 of the bill, which says any gift received from a foreign source for the previous calendar year, the value of which is greater than the minimum as set forth in the U.S. Code that has the minimum, or is of undetermined value. So if you don't know what it is, even if it's under the value, you have to report it. This amendment would just say that you don't have to report hospitality, receptions, and things of that nature. And I'd hope we'd adopt the amendment based on your comments. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Utah? The point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself to speak in opposition to this amendment. While I appreciate the spirit of this amendment, we need to be extremely careful when creating and expanding exemptions for foreign gifts. Exemptions for things such as widely attended events and receptions may seem reasonable, but it's critical to recognize that foreign adversaries with malicious motives will do anything and everything to exploit loopholes in statute when given the chance through vague language like personal hospitality. That said, I want to reiterate that I agree with the spirit behind this amendment, and while I plan to oppose the amendment at this time, I'm happy to work further with the ranking member and all of my Democrat colleagues on this topic as this bill moves through the process. Thank you, and I yield back. Any further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Scott.
based on your comments that we can work together to refine the language, I withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman, and we will keep to that commitment. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute H.R. 1048? Seeing none, we'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Bill H.R. 649 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 649, a bill to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools that participate in the school lunch program under such act to serve whole milk.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Thompson, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled THOMPA_10.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 649 offered by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Identifier THOMPA_010.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Thompson for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for calling up H.R. 649, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. By including this legislation in today's markup, we are sending a clear sign that this committee prioritizes the health and well-being of school children across the country. We have heard the concerns and pleas from parents, school administrators, dairy farmers, and students themselves to restore common sense in school lunchrooms. Put simply, the bill before us today allows schools participating in the National School Lunch Program to serve all varieties of milk, including whole milk. Milk is an essential building block for a well-rounded and balanced diet, offering 13 essential nutrients and numerous health benefits. However, out-of-touch federal regulations have imposed dietary restrictions on the types of milk students have access to in school meals. Students have been limited to fat-free or reduced-fat milk since it was regulated out of the cafeterias in 2012. Since then, we have seen students opt out of consuming milk altogether since they don't have access to a variety that they enjoy. According to the 2020 Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee report, more than 2/3 of school-aged children fail to meet the recommended levels of dairy. Additionally, according to USDA, school milk consumption dropped by more than 10% between 2012 and 2018. Let's face it, the only way to benefit from milk's essential nutrients is to consume it. And when students turn away from milk, they often opt for far less healthy alternatives like sugar-sweetened, highly caffeinated beverages with little nutritional value. These regulations also perpetuate baseless claims that milk is bad for our kids. Research has shown time and time again that whole and 2% milk, by the way, whole is 3.5% milk fat, and 2% milk are not responsible for childhood obesity and other health concerns. In fact, these beverages are so nutritious that academic research consistently shows positive outcomes for kids who consume milk. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record 16 academic studies and reports from researchers across the country and around the world.
Without objection?
Thank you.
And hearing no objection, they'll be inserted.
Thank you. These studies show, among other things, that full-fat dairy foods have no association with high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, obesity, blood pressure, or cholesterol. In fact, several of these studies show full-fat foods helped improve or lower negative health outcomes for kids who drank more full-fat dairy beverages. One of these reports includes research backed by the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Heart Association recommending school-aged children and adolescents consume more fluid milk, knowing that kids nationwide have been missing out on essential nutrients in their diets because they no longer drink milk like in the past. I also ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record 2 letters of support for this legislation, which includes support from the National Milk Producers Federation, the International Dairy Foods Association, National Farmers Union, American Farm Bureau Federation, the Society of Metabolic Health Practitioners, and the Nutrition Coalition.
Without objection, they'll be inserted.
Thank you. Finally, I want to make clear that this legislation in no way requires schools to serve or students to drink milk in the school lunchrooms. Rather, it simply gives schools the flexibility to serve milk options that fit their students' needs. In fact, based on bipartisan feedback from last Congress, we have strengthened a provision in the bill to make it easier for students with certain dietary restrictions to receive an alternative beverage appropriate for them. We need to follow real science, not political science. For our children to excel in the classroom and beyond, they must have access to more nutritious options, not fewer. Although there is more work to do for school meal nutrition, this change gives students access to a nutritional beverage they want and need. This substitute amendment provides minor technical changes to help ensure our children's food service workers have flexibility they need in serving students milk at lunch. Thank you to my co-lead in this legislation, Dr. Schreier, who I should note is herself a pediatrician and a great advocate for ensuring students are getting the nutrients they need at school. I'm proud to have 100 bipartisan co-sponsors supporting this legislation. I encourage all my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute, as well as the underlying science-based common sense legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment? I recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Representative Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to start by saying I certainly appreciate my friend and colleague, Representative Thompson, and the co-sponsor, Dr. Kim Schreier. I hope we can work together on many issues, but on this issue, I respectfully disagree. I do agree that dairy products play an important nutritional role in a well-balanced diet, and support the intake of vitamins and minerals that are necessary for growth and development. Dairy products are some of the main sources of protein, potassium, calcium, vitamin D, and vitamin A for children and youth. But low-fat milk and fat-free milk, which are currently served during school meals, offer these nutrients without the added saturated fat, sodium, and cholesterol found in whole milk. Whole milk, in fact, contains significantly more saturated fat, cholesterol, and calories per serving than low-fat or fat-free milk, and in fact, whole milk is so high in saturated fat that its labels can't tout the health benefits of its other nutrients, which low-fat and fat-free milk can claim. School meals and beverages are required to be consistent with the dietary guidelines for Americans, which are evidence-based recommendations that set nutritional standards. And the dietary guidelines recommend that children consume nutrient-dense food and beverages that provide vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients for healthy development and bone mass accrual, including fat-free and low-fat dairy products. But the American Heart Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics all recommend that children aged 2 or older drink low-fat or fat-free milk. So instead of eroding the nutritional standards for children, we should follow the science. There is limited evidence to suggest that offering whole milk reduces food waste. When it comes to taste, whether the milk is flavored matters a lot more to school kids than the milk's fat content. I tell you, most of them want chocolate milk, and that's allowed if it's low-fat or non-fat. So HR 649 ignores recommendations from medical professionals. It sets a harmful precedent for the erosion of science-based processes, and for these reasons, I urge this committee to make our decisions about children's health based on science and vote no on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank you, gentlelady. Now I recognize Representative Rulli from Ohio.
Thank you, Chairman. I will yield my time to Mr. Thompson.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio, it feels a little strange to be on the opposite with Congresswoman Bonamici. We do such good work together. But Congresswoman, I want to assure you, all those career and technical education kids that we support will do better having access to whole milk. And I believe in science. I think it's important. So let me deal with some of these myths that someone has been feeding you. Number one myth, higher milk fat is unhealthy. More recent science on dairy fat specifically shows that dairy foods at all levels have a neutral or even positive effect on health outcomes. Older government definitions, regulations treated all saturated fats the same, and they do not reflect updated findings from researchers at top institutions like Boston University, Cornell, Tufts, just to name 3. Myth 2, this bill is not based on science because it's not aligned with the dietary guidelines for Americans. The DGA process, the fact is, the DGA process, which is meant to reflect the most recent findings within the medical community, has not yet caught up with the more updated scientific findings showing that dairy fat is substantially different than other types of saturated fats. The bill actually goes beyond the DGA to update meal standards with the most current medical and nutrition science, aiming to incorporate the newer science on dairy fat into an updated standard for school milk. We ought to go with the science and support the science, support our kids, versus supporting some government unelected bureaucrats that are not keeping up. This myth 3, this bill will negate the process that has been made in planning and service of healthier foods to children in schools. Well, the fact is that since whole milk was banned from school lunches in 2010, the BMI, the bariatric mass index scores of students and the rate of obesity and diabetes among young people has significantly increased. According to one case study, in school year 2007 to 2008, 39% of students were in the overweight and obese categories. That should be of concern to all of us. That number jumped to 52% by 2020, 2021, basically having almost a significant period of time without whole milk in the schools. Whole milk is clearly not the problem. If when whole milk is not available, students turn to highly caffeinated, sugar-sweetened beverages, by the way, which are not regulated out of our schools by Congress. Only the most nutritious beverage, whole milk, is regulated out of the hands of our kids. And so they have free access, depending on the school, to to beverages with little nutritional value, critical nutrients are lost. Milk has 13 essential nutrients that are critical for proper development. Nutrient students will not get if they don't drink the milk that's offered to them. Number 4, myth 4, the bill allows for students to consume unhealthy levels of saturated fat. While the bill allows for higher consumption of dairy fat in school meals, the latest scientific and medical research indicates that this could benefit children. Several recent studies examining the effect of higher fat milk consumption found it was associated with lower childhood obesity. It's satisfying, so they don't go back for more, and concluded that dietary guidelines that recommended reduced fat milk versions might not lower the risk of childhood obesity. Higher consumption of full-fat dairy has been shown to be associated with lower risk of total body fat mass in children and increases satiety in students' consumption. Myth number 5, the bill does not account for students who are lactose intolerant or do not want to consume fluid milk. That's just not true. The fact is, that's myth 5. The fact is, the bill includes lactose-free milk as an option. Schools can choose to serve and does not require any student to drink whole milk, reduced fat milk, or any other kind of milk. Additionally, this bill only amends specific provisions of the National School Lunch Act to expand the milk options schools may choose to serve their students. It does not amend all provisions of the existing law, including those that require schools to provide a substitute for fluid milk for students who have a documented intolerance that does not allow them to consume fluid milk. The bill does not require any student to drink whole milk, reduced milk, fat milk, or any other kind of milk. The bottom line is that the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act is simply about giving students greater choice in the school cafeteria. The bill does not require any student to consume whole milk or any school district to serve whole milk, and it is grounded in updated medical research showing that full-fat dairy is safe, healthy, and nutrition for children to consume. And I yield back my last 10 seconds.
I yield my time back.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Representative McBath.
Thank you, Chairman Walberg. And while I really do appreciate the sentiments of Mr. Thompson and our Democratic colleague and their concerns about the milk options for our students in school, on the flip side, I really believe that it's wrong for the majority to push bills like this while cutting programs that ensure families and children in this country actually get enough to eat. This bill will not expand access to nutrition for families who need it most or alleviate the burden on food pantries. Instead, this bill tries to make a change that is against dietary guidelines and opposed by the experts like the National WIC Association. At a time when serious action is needed to fight hunger in our schools, we should be spending this time considering legislation that will ensure that every child has access to healthy, nutritious meals year-round. 1 in 5 kids in America rely on SNAP or food stamps, with the worst food insecurity occurring in the South, in rural areas, and my state like Georgia. My home state of Georgia, over a third of our 159 counties did not have a summer meal program last year. And on top of that, our governor, Governor Kemp, and others across the country are refusing to participate in the federal summer EBT program despite the overwhelming need for our children. This should not distract us from the Republican proposals to cut programs for children and families and to make it more difficult for schools to serve free or reduced price meals and add unnecessary barriers with the intention of ensuring that fewer children and families are able to take advantage of their benefits. The real way that we fight hunger and keep children healthy is by expanding programs like SNAP and WIC, or making summer meals programs more accessible, but not by cutting them. There is no reason for any child in this country the greatest country on earth, the most powerful country on earth, to go hungry during the summer program. And I'm going to get spiritual on you, since this is where we say we are one nation under God. God calls on each of us to care for the least of these, to feed the hungry, and to act justly. He has shown us what is good and gives us the power to bring his vision of prosperity and peace to life here on earth. And that means feeding the least of these. So I look forward to working with the majority on legislation that will actually address hunger in this country. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I recognize now the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I'm happy to support the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. It is frankly insane to me that still, at this very moment, whole milk is banned from the National Free and Reduced Lunch Program. So for kids who qualify, who come from low-income families and receive a free or reduced lunch, those programs are not allowed to serve whole milk. And there could not be a more backwards policy. Number one, the best evidence suggests that whole milk is healthy and in fact might be more nutritious than other varieties. Number two, it tends to be more filling for kids, and if the goal is to make sure that no child goes hungry, that would be an advantage. And number three, kids tend to like it more, and it's better to get them habituated to drinking milk than, say, drinking soda. And so this may seem like a small issue, but it's really not. Childhood obesity and related issues are a major, major problem in this country that's only continued to get worse. And this is a perfect example of how our public health establishment and public health policies have often been the gravest threat to public health itself. Just consider the fact that for years, for decades in this country, we had public health guidelines that recommended low-fat diets and downplayed the risks of sugar. And it's now well understood that increased the trends of growing obesity and type 2 diabetes in this country. Who knows how many Americans died premature deaths because of that erroneous guidance that came from our public health establishment. Or if you want to look at more recently, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when it was the public health establishment that was probably the biggest public health risk, especially for young people. When you had public health authorities who came up with absolutely disastrous policies like shutting down schools, like forcing masks onto 2-year-olds, that any fair-minded person now recognizes was an absolutely terrible mistake for millions of kids in this country. So we need to incorporate common sense and science into public policy again. This bill is a modest step in that direction, and I'm happy to support it. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Representative Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Look, I love milk. I grew up on it. But this bill, this isn't about what's best for kids. This is dairy mandering. So this bill doesn't take away fat-free or low-fat milk options, but it does create a loophole to override science-based nutrition standards, and it push whole and reduced fat milk back into school meals, despite clear evidence that too much saturated fat isn't good for kids. The dietary guidelines for Americans are clear. Fat-free and low-fat milk are the healthiest choices for kids over 2. Whole milk, well, it's packed with saturated fat. 1 cup has 4.5 grams, so much so that the FDA won't even let it claim calcium benefits on the label. And my colleagues pushing this bill like to say, but milk has nutrients. Sure it does, but you don't need whole milk to get them. Calcium, you can get that from kale, broccoli, tofu, beans, and fortified orange juice. Potassium, sweet potatoes, bananas, avocados, and spinach. Vitamin D, step outside for a little sunshine. Well, let's talk about who gets left behind. More than 60% of Black and Latino children and up to 79% of Native American children are lactose intolerant. But this bill keeps outdated barriers in place instead of making it easier for them to access non-dairy alternatives. Right now, if a student needs a dairy-free option, their parents have to get a doctor's note. That's time off from work, a copay, and a whole lot of unnecessary red tape, just so their kid can get a nutritious drink at school. My mother used to say, it's not about what's good to you, it's about what's good for you. Kids don't need more saturated fat in their diets. And what they need is real nutrition, real options, and policies based on science, not industry influence. You know, we spent years strengthening school meal programs, teaching kids healthier habits, and tackling childhood obesity and heart disease. This bill takes us backward. Instead of pushing this bill, we should be focusing on real solutions, like the Healthy Future Students and Earth Pilot program, which removes barriers for students needing non-dairy alternatives and ensures school meal policies actually align with dietary science. So meanwhile, here we are, almost a month into this new administration, and the last time I checked, eggs are still $8 a dozen. So let's stop playing politics with school lunches. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Now I recognize the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to yield my time to my colleague, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm surprised we have so many science deniers on this committee on the other side of the aisle. I mean, we do. I mean, the science is clear today, and it's, first of all, let me say, if you're worried about the price of eggs, support the Farm Bill, because the price of eggs is going up because of an issue with animal health, with high pathogenic aviation influenza, which is not just chickens, it's, quite frankly, it's turkeys and ducks as well. And we have the solutions in the Farm Bill that passed in a bipartisan way out of committee last Congress. But that's another committee, another topic. Don't blame that one on President Trump. We have a serious animal health issue that I think is just going to get worse, quite frankly. And we have the tools within that version of the Farm Bill to address that. I know that's important in Dr. Adams' state. But please don't deny the science, and don't try to make this, I mean, milk fat is 1% milk means 1% milk fat. 2% milk means 2% milk fat. Whole milk is 3.5% milk fat. So cut me a break that this is that big of an issue. And in fact, the science has shown, the research has shown that the saturated fat in milk is a lot different than some of the other saturated fats. Keep up with the science is what I would ask. And then access, the whole statement about lactose-free, the law is the law. We didn't change that. The students schools are required already to provide access to whatever type of milk, lactose-free, whatever it might be. You know, in fact, we enhance access. So if you really care about these kids versus making this into politics, you know, the law already says that physicians, you can bring a note from a physician to get access. After feedback, by the way, in a bill like this one that passed out of committee and passed overwhelmingly, 330 votes out of the House in the 118th Congress, we made an improvement. We listened, we heard, and so we have provisions in this one where the parents don't have to go to the physician. The parents can provide the note to the school to be able to get access, and the school is required. That has not changed. They're required to provide alternative beverages, whether it's lactose-free milk or whatever it might be. And so, so access. This is greater access to what, quite frankly, the needs of the kids are, and I don't know. I think a vote against this bill was a vote to hurt kids. We made a mistake back in 2008 in 10 or whatever year it was, when they stripped whole milk out of the schools. Our kids have gotten bigger based on the barometric index, and it is, which is not healthy. You know, I just encourage that we cast your vote based on the modern science, the science today. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back to the gentleman from Guam.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield. Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Representative Hayes.
Thank you. My comment is very simple, actually, the same comment I had on the last piece of legislation. I hope we bring this same energy to conversations about feeding children when we are talking about cuts to SNAP and childhood nutrition programs, because a vote against those programs is a vote against children. So I'm encouraged by the enthusiasm from the other side to make sure that kids have healthy options and an abundance of food choices, and I look forward to carrying that same energy into future conversations about childhood nutrition. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Now I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 649 is an attempt to legislate nutrition standards and disregard evidence-based scientific recommendations made by the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, DGAs. We support actual science, not whatever the sponsor declares as science. This bill would allow schools participating in the National School Lunch Program to offer whole milk, violating current science-based standards to protect the health of children. According to the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, whole milk contributes to a large amount of saturated fat in the American diet. Randomized controlled trials, that's science, the strongest type of scientific evidence, have shown that food high in saturated fat, including full-fat dairy, raises bad cholesterol, a known cause of heart disease. According to the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, 1 in 5 children ages 8 to 17 already has adverse cholesterol levels. Moreover, it is vital that any nutrition standards are guided by science, not politicians. This bill needlessly inserts Congress into the science-based process. Now, the gentleman from Pennsylvania has introduced letters from milk producers supporting his version of science, all of whom will benefit financially from the bill. I'd like to introduce a letter from organizations who support real science and prioritize the health of children, including the American Heart Association, the American Public Health Association, the National WIC Association, and the Center for Science in the Public Interest, among other health advocates who have expressed opposition to the bill and support the evidence-based DGA standards. I ask unanimous consent to enter in the record the letter from over 25 organizations calling for Congress to put children's interests first and uphold science-based processes.
With no objection,
Thank you, Mr.
letters
Chairman.
be introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. Yield back the balance of my time.
There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will now move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 649. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to.
Is it? There's no amendment in nature. Was there amendment in nature?
We'll now move on to consider the next bill.
The vote was on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, not on final passage.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 1069 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1069, a bill to prohibit the availability of federal education funds for elementary and secondary schools that receive direct or indirect support from the government of the People's Republic of China.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Kiley, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled ANS_001.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1069 offered by Mr. Kiley of California, identifier ANS_001.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Kiley for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. H.R. 1069, the Promoting Responsible Oversight to Eliminate Communist Teachings for Our Kids Act, is a very important piece of legislation. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Hearn, for partnering with me on it. It does not need to be said or emphasized that the Chinese Communist Party is responsible for severe human rights abuses and the suppression of fundamental freedoms. And this, of course, includes a long, well-documented history of censorship, oppression, and disregard for human rights. It is equally well understood that the CCP aggressively pushes its propaganda worldwide to try to reshape global narratives in its favor, and it has tried to infiltrate virtually all facets of American society. Indeed, they've set their sights even on American classrooms. Investigations have revealed that CCC-funded so-called Confucius classrooms have infiltrated over 500 American schools. These so-called cultural programs are not about education. They're about influence. The CCP doesn't do these things with a charitable intent. The entire purpose of the programs is they expect something in return, control over curriculum, and thereby influence over the young minds that are subject to it. It is unacceptable that American school districts have entered into financial agreements with entities tied to the CCP, an adversary of the United States, a regime with one of the worst human rights records in modern history. The simple premise of this legislation is that no federal tax dollars should support schools that partner with the CCP. Mr. Chair, I don't think this is a controversial proposition, and it is the proposition that the Protect Our Kids Act will put into law. This bill ensures that no federal education funds go to schools that collaborate with, receive funding from, or otherwise engage in agreements with the government of the People's Republic of China. This includes partnerships with Confucius classrooms, language programs funded by the CCP, and any educational materials or personnel tied to the Chinese government. Simply put, American education should teach American values, not communist propaganda. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and to take a firm stand against this kind of nefarious foreign influence in our children's education. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize members who seek to discuss further on this amendment in the nature of substitute, and I recognize Representative Scott for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in opposition of H.R. 1069, amendment in the nature of a substitute. Mr. Chairman, last month the nation's report card confirmed that we have a lot to do to address learning loss and close achievement gaps that have been persistent for decades, and we should be taking action to ensure that children and educators have the tools they need to teach, learn, and be safe in our schools. but here we are just talking about culture wars through the overly burdened, unclear requirements and harsh penalties. The Protect Our Kids Act attempts to put a full-body cast on a paper cut. The majority has failed to produce any meaningful data or evidence that proves that H.R. 1069 is necessary. And my Democratic colleagues and I remain committed to ensuring that elementary and secondary schools have the resources to safeguard their work from undue foreign influence. But the bill's interest in this topic is the solution in search of a problem. There is no independently verified evidence of Confucius classrooms and the Chinese government infiltrating our elementary and secondary schools as a problem. In fact, a 2019 Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, released a report entitled China's Impact on U.S. Education System, and the report did not find any security risks, curriculum vulnerability, or threats to intellectual property. The last estimate I'm aware of found about 16 classrooms that had Confucius courses out of about 1 million classrooms. And so we got a lot of problems in education. And so why are we dealing with this? Additionally, the bill's overly broad description of what it means to receive support or supported by the government of the People's Republic of China and working directly or indirectly on behalf of the People's Republic of China make it so that a parent or community members could disqualify their schools from receiving federal funding simply by bringing donuts to a class or donating to a book fair. This bill would require a level of knowledge around where money comes from most schools that do not have, this bill would require a level of knowledge around where the money comes from that most schools do not have, and places an unnecessary administrative burden on schools and districts, many of which are already under-resourced. That's why it's important to mention anti-Asian sentiment has no place in our elementary and secondary schools. We must ensure that we fight against unwarranted panic and suspicion among school personnel, parents, and communities that result in an increased discrimination against students and educators of Asian descent. Since the start of the COVID pandemic, Stop Asian Hate has received over 12,000 incidents of hate driven by anti-Asian scapegoating, and we should ensure that any work we do fights against such acts rather than adds fuel to the fire. H.R. 1069 is another example of the majority creating a platform for culture wars while providing no support for really helping students academically. Our schools are not performing when we discriminate, and this is an atrocious, misguided misuse of the committee's time, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Representative McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to say the real way to protect kids is to keep them safe from gun violence. And no matter how many times we try to deflect and try to distract, that's just the truth. The fact of the matter is that there's no greater threat to our children, our kids in school, than, or when they're in church or any other public space across this country. There is no greater threat to our children than gun violence. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, that was a critically important step. But we just still have to do more to keep our kids safe. Shootings are the leading cause of death for children and teenagers in America. But you would never know that from this bill and from the bills that are being taken up today because of the topics that, were discussed during last week's hearing. But for people like me, for people who have buried their son or their daughter or their big sister or their little brother before their time, we know what is really at stake. So I would offer that these are distractions. I would offer, as the ranking member has said, that this is time that is not really going to find answers and solutions to keeping our kids safe. We just simply cannot wait. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Representative Bonamici.
Thank you, Chairman Walberg. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. With all of the real challenges in our schools today, I truly do not understand how this bill gets on the committee majority's priority list. We're not aware of any meaningful evidence that foreign influence in elementary and secondary education is a problem to be solved by Congress. And again, I'm just sort of questioning the priorities here. And unfortunately, instead of addressing the real concerns raised in our communities, like the ongoing attack on public education, efforts to dismantle the Department of Education, what I hear about at home all the time, the need to fully fund IDEA, the majority has offered a bill to protect our kids from communism. I also want to point out an irony here. The bill requires the Department of Education to provide information to school districts no later than 90 days after its enactment. But the majority has repeatedly voiced their support for President Trump's plan to abolish or severely limit the Department of Education. I don't know if my colleagues thought about what the implications would be for any of these 4 foreign influence bills we're considering today, all of which have provisions for the Department of Education to implement. And as I said last Congress, the Protect Our Kids Act is overly burdensome. It imposes ambiguous requirements with harsh penalties. And the majority, again, has failed to provide any meaningful data and evidence that proves this bill is necessary. There is no question that my Democratic colleagues and I remain committed to providing elementary and secondary schools with resources to safeguard classrooms from undue or improper foreign influence. But that being said, there is no independently verified evidence that the Chinese government is infiltrating our elementary and secondary schools. In fact, as Ranking Member Scott said, the number of Confucius classrooms still active in the United States appeared to be no more than 16 nationally. And these are primarily for Chinese language and cultural learning. And I'll add that when I was in the Oregon legislature for several years working on education issues, the most enthusiastic proponent for Confucius Institutes and Mandarin education was a conservative Republican, and I assure you he was not a communist. And I want to point out as well that Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I think about Representative McBath's comments. This bill is called Protect Our Kids, and we're going to go back home and say that we're protecting our kids from communism, but not from gun violence. I don't speak with the personal experience of Representative McBath, but I want to point out that there were 219 instances of gunfire on school grounds in 2024, with 59 deaths and 163 injuries. Guns are a much larger threat to American school children than opportunities for students to experience other languages and culture. Yet the majority remains unwilling to address the issue of firearms in our country's schools. I just wanted to put on the record here that I remain concerned about taking action that could be perceived as targeting Chinese-affiliated programs or individuals. I represent a district that is very diverse in terms of people from all over the world. We've seen the result of racial profiling in higher education and in education in general, and this sort of targeting can easily lead to harmful consequences that are rooted in xenophobia for innocent faculty members and for students. Anti-Asian hate has no place in our elementary and secondary schools. We must fight against unwarranted panic and suspicion among school personnel, parents, and communities that result in increased discrimination against students and educators of Asian descent. And since the start of COVID, Stop AAPI Hate has received notice of more than 12,000 instances of hate driven by anti-Asian scapegoating. That's 12,000. That work, I just want to compare that with the 16 schools that still have Confucius Institute language programs. That work we do here should fight against such acts rather than potentially adding fuel to the fire. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will now move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Scott, seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk, DAMD_1.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1069 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier DAMD_001.
Mr.
For
Chair,
what purpose does the gentleman from Utah?
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Scott, for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this bill contains potentially severe penalties for noncompliance, whether it's intentional or accidental. Meanwhile, the bill contains no funding to assist with compliance or administrative burdens that compliance will require at the federal, local, state, and school levels, thus making it clearly an unfunded mandate. Significant efforts may be needed by all schools to investigate existing and new contracts to determine whether existing or potential business partners or foreign governments or foreign entities of concern, in creating and maintaining systems to keep track of all the new information and respond to inquiries. So this amendment just authorizes $300 million for fiscal year 26 and each subsequent fiscal year to carry out the requirements of this bill. Now, this is a very modest sum. According to the National Center for Educational Statistics, there are almost 100,000 public and secondary schools operating in the United States today, so that's about $3,000 per school for legal, administrative expenses, and professional development, so the schools will be able to deal with the provisions of this bill. Now, the majority likes to call us out on unfunded mandates when they propose solutions to help students and families address real problems, but this bill is addressing a non-issue and places greater administrative costs on the federal government, state government, school districts, and schools that they would have to spend to reasonably comply. Additionally, the bill calls into question current efforts to dismantle the Department of Education by expanding its role to inform schools of the prohibition and provide them with guidance. I don't know how that guidance is going to be provided without a Department of Education, but I guess that's something you're going to have to deal with if you abolish the Department of Education. So I would hope that if we're going to impose this burden on schools and school districts, we would provide them with a little bit of money to comply with the bill. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from, time has expired, but does the gentleman from Utah wish to speak?
Mr. Chair, I withdraw a point of order.
Point of order has been withdrawn. Is there any further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. There is absolutely nothing in this bill that would require spending hundreds of millions of dollars. This bill simply prohibits schools from making contracts with the CCP. Requires that the Secretary must provide notice to schools of this prohibition, and requires the Secretary to revoke federal funds from districts that refuse to comply. Those actions don't require a massive infusion of federal cash. Those actions are simply the Secretary's job description. The Democrat amendment would award the Department of Education hundreds of millions in new funding for simply enforcing the law. I challenge our Democrat colleagues to show us how they arrived at the number of $300 million. There's little reason to think that $300 million is the right number. Democrats want to authorize hundreds of millions in new spending. They must justify why anything short of this number is insufficient. They have not done so. Further, the Democrat amendment contains no description of what these funds will be spent on. Surely it does not cost $300 million for the Secretary to inform schools what the law says. Without policy specifics or a jurisdiction, the Democrat amendment asks us to spend hundreds of millions of dollars with no clear justification or no clear purpose. At a moment when our national debt is over $36 trillion, the last thing we need to do is authorize hundreds of millions in new spending for a bill that doesn't require it. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman yield.
I would be glad to yield.
The gentleman said that about the costs. Some of the costs involve professional development. How is the school system supposed to know how to comply when you contract with someone? All you know is you go online and buy something. Have you contracted with the foreign government? This is the kind of thing that would be nice to know, and it takes a little professional development to teach people how to comply with the law. It doesn't just happen by accident.
No, it doesn't, but the law is the law, and we expect it to be followed, and that would be the case. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by Representative Scott. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 1069?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It is Amendment D.A.M.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1069 offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier DAMD_002.
Mr. Chair?
For what reason does the gentleman from Utah?
I reserve point of order.
Reserve the point of order. It is reserved. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill makes the Secretary of Education responsible for compliance. So I offer an amendment to require that these actions stay with the Secretary of Education at the Department of Education. H.R. 1069 uses the definition of funds from the General Education Provisions Act, or GEPA, which applies to programs for which the Secretary or the Department has administrative responsibility. Because this bill can only apply to programs at the Department of Education, this amendment should not be controversial. Because although the current administration is actively discussing how to dismantle or shut down the Department of Education, and President Trump recently said he hopes that the Secretary, quote, puts herself out of a job, close quote, we know the value of the Secretary and the Department. So today the majority has decided to assign the Secretary more responsibility while actively attempting to dismantle the Department of Education. So this bill is addressing a non-issue, but by my colleague's own admission, it is clear that the Secretary of Education and the Department of Education play vital roles in ensuring that students have access to quality education. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Time for the gentlelady has expired, or yield back. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on a point of order?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I withdraw the point of order.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize myself now for 5 minutes in opposition to this amendment. Our colleagues on the left have proposed an amendment stating that the department shall enforce this bill. However, it is already obvious that the Secretary is responsible for enforcing this bill. This bill already clearly outlines what the Secretary must do to ensure compliance. It's not necessary to say again that the law should be enforced. That's implicit in passing a law. This amendment is redundant with the existing bill language, adds unnecessary text to an otherwise simple bill, and contributes nothing of substance. And so I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Representative Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have the exact same comment. I hope we bring that same energy because, as it has been stated in this committee, the law is the law. And a an organization or a department created by the Congress can only be dismantled by the Congress. And in order for this amendment to even be put into effect, it would require Title I, Title II, professional development, all of the things that are already in law that reside under the jurisdiction of the Department of Education and the Secretary of Education. So again, this hearing is very encouraging for me because it reminds me that my colleagues are fully aware of what the department does, and I ask that they bring that same energy as we are continuing these conversations. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by Representative Bonamici. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H.R. 1069? If not, and seeing none, we will now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Bill H.R. 1005 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 1005, a bill to prohibit elementary and secondary schools from accepting funds from or entering into contracts with the government of the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Rulli, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled ANS 001.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1005 offered by Mr. Rulli of Ohio, identifier ANS_001.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Rulli for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wahlberg. The CCP is anti-American at its core. We stand for freedom of speech. We stand for freedom of expression, freedom of religion. They do not have the value that we have. Confucius classrooms are nothing but propaganda. They are often set up right next to military bases. China's goal is to expand Confucius classrooms. The Senate Intelligence Committee has found that it has expanded throughout the U.S. and is #1 on their priority list. The CCP and the Chinese affiliation is almost in nearly 150 schools throughout the United States of America, including one right underneath our noses in my precious Columbus, Ohio. Believe me, folks, this is coming to a classroom near you. The CLASS Act prohibits K-12 schools from accepting funds or contracting with the People's Republic of China. Let that sink in for a second. All we're saying is that United States public schools do not have a relationship with the People's Republic of China or the CCP or anyone acting on behalf of a foreign government or a foreign party. It also requires that K-12 schools to submit a report to the Secretary of Education that my honorable colleagues on the other side of the aisle keep bringing up, the name, the country, and the origin, the amount of funds, or any terms of the contract they signed with the People's Republic of China. Let me just take a second and explain how simple this amendment is. This amendment simply strikes redundant sections, adds a minimum reporting threshold, and ensures that we know what foreign sources are sending our schools money. I ask that everyone please support this piece of legislation, and let's get this to the finish line. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now I recognize Representative Scott to further discuss this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to second to last word. Mr. Chairman, we must avoid fueling culture wars by doing absolutely nothing to enhance learning that have nothing to do with enhancing learning outcomes in schools. Following the most recent NAEP scores, we should only be concerned with finding ways to close achievement gaps and supporting student growth and development. There is no evidence demonstrating that public elementary and secondary schools are receiving donations or entering into dangerous contracts with foreign sources. And if that were true, we could, if the majority was so concerned about public school funding, maybe we could increase ESEA Title I programs. Furthermore, HR 1005 imposes significant administrative burdens on schools, requiring frequent disclosures and monitoring of foreign contributions and partnerships that most public and elementary schools do not already have, resulting in administrators having to make decisions to divert resources and attention away from education. Now, the compliance requirements may overwhelm schools, particularly those with very limited administrative capacity. The bill contains no funding to assist with compliance. Schools may end partnerships or hesitate to collaborate with foreign organizations for language or exchange programs for fear of losing federal funding. Additionally, it requires schools to submit written disclosures to the Secretary of Education, if the secretary is still there after you all finish dismantling the department. But it also has this curious part of entering into one or more contracts with the aggregate value in excess of $10,000 with any foreign source. Sometimes you don't know. All you know is you contracted with a roofer, you bought something online. Do we have to check citizenship of the people we're buying stuff from? And how does that work? And how do you make sure you're in compliance? You certainly don't have any, you can't afford, you got to pay a lawyer. That's why you need some funding to comply with this stuff. When a school system enters into a contract with an aggregate value in excess of $10,000 from a foreign source, you have to have a written disclosure that identifies the name and country of origin of the foreign source. In the case of school receives funds from a foreign source, the amount of funds. In the case of a contract, the terms and conditions of a contract. All you know is you just bought something from somebody. Do we have to check citizenship from everybody we deal with? I don't know. We'll find out. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to enter into this discussion of the Representative Rulli? I recognize you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in a lighthearted response to my honorable friend on the other side of the aisle, I was on a public school board for 8 years, and we took it from $3 million in the red and turned it to $8 million in the black. And we did it because we were actually a participant and we were actually at the school board meetings. We knew where every dollar was. We knew who every participant was, where every contractor was. And when you look at this amendment and the simple requirements, anyone that is part of the admin of that school board could fulfill this with no additional cost to the school board at all. That rhetoric might work for somebody that hasn't been involved in a public school district for 8 years, but for the 8 years that I spent in that public school district, I knew where every penny was and who every contractor was. With that, I yield my time back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Representative Bonamici, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. I want to align myself with Ranking Member Scott's comments that this bill does not protect or enrich children or enhance their learning outcomes, but it does run the risk of fueling culture wars and anti-Asian sentiment. Again, I'm questioning the priorities of the majority here, and I can't stress enough, this is not a serious problem. There's no meaningful evidence demonstrating that our public elementary and secondary schools are receiving influencing donations or entering into dangerous contracts with foreign sources or entities. If the majority is concerned about doing what's best for students, let's fully fund IDEA. This bill, as Ranking Member Scott said, requires schools to disclose information to the Department of Education. And again, I want to point out that many of my Republican colleagues have supported the president's plan to dismantle the Department of Education. So it's baffling to me that we continue to have these bills introduced that would expand the role of an agency many of them do not want to exist. And I agree that there would be administrative burdens on schools. And I thank my colleague for his service on a school board, but I have to tell you, this would divert attention and resources away from core educational activities and priorities. And also, I think about the role of local and state agencies in enforcing the disclosure and subsequent consequences for noncompliance. So typically, these entities will distribute federal financial assistance after they receive the funds from the Department of Education. So this bill is I don't know if it contemplated the unfunded mandate that, if executed, would create more problems than the non-existing one it hopes to solve. I also wanted to note that I'm concerned about how this may discourage language and exchange programs because of the fear of possibly losing federal funding. We live in a global economy, and there is a tremendous value to having bilingual or multilingual students and therefore workers in our workforce. And limiting educational exchanges undermines the efforts to prepare American students to navigate and contribute in a global society. It may reduce their exposure to critical international perspectives and language skills that they need as they develop successful careers. A study by the U.S. Committee on Economic Development found that American businesses lose at least $2 billion every year because of language or cultural misunderstandings, and more than 70 government agencies have reported a need for more individuals with foreign language expertise. The General Accounting Office suggested that such shortages have adversely affected agency operations and hindered U.S. military, law enforcement, intelligence, counterterrorism, and diplomatic efforts. So we should be supporting partnerships that make language and cultural exchange programs possible, not deterring them. School administrators and local leaders, not the federal government, are best equipped to determine what types of domestic and international partnerships are needed in their districts. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment in the nature of the substitute, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment and nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment and the nature of the substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, the Ranking Member Scott, seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk, H.R. 1005, DAMD_001.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1005, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier DAMD_001.
Mr. Chairman,
I recognize the gentleman from Utah.
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the Ranking Member Scott, for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from Ohio indicated that he knew where every dollar went. If a dollar went to a person with a Chinese last name, would he have to check out his citizenship before he wrote a check? I'll yield to the gentleman.
Does the gentleman wish to respond?
I absolutely do. In the town I came from, if a company never existed before, there would be a question, and I could care less what your last name is, what your nationality. All my grandparents were born overseas. If your company has been in the neighborhood for any amount of time, that question would not be asked. But if a company that you've never heard of before, then you have to ask a question. I yield back.
And so if you don't know the citizenship of the business owner, you could be taking money from a, quote, foreign source or contracting with a foreign source in violation of this. And how you deal with that would be something that you would want to learn, get some professional development so you don't run afoul of the law. That's why you need each school would have a couple of, now, every school's got to deal with that, not just those that in fact have foreign influence, but all the schools, to comply with this bill, would have to have some kind of, would have to spend some kind of money in legal, professional development to know how to avoid either discriminating in violation of one law or violating this law if you're contracting with people that might potentially be a, quote, foreign source, if you don't know their citizenship. This is just asking for discrimination. It doesn't help people get an education. And if you're going to impose this on school systems, give them some money to help them comply with the complexity that this might get them into. I would hope we'd adopt the amendment so that school systems don't have to figure this out on their own. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chair, I withdraw the point of order.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the amendment? Then I recognize myself. I rise in opposition to the amendment. My colleagues on the left have returned with the exact same amendment, asking us to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a bill that doesn't need it. As with the previous bill, there is absolutely nothing in this bill that would require spending such extravagant sums. This bill simply requires that schools report financial contracts with foreign sources. The Secretary does not need hundreds of millions of dollars to accept those reports. As before, my Democrat colleagues have not explained how they arrived at the number of $300 million, nor specifics of what these funds are to be used for. Without policy specifics or justification, the Democrat amendment asks us to spend hundreds of millions of dollars with no clear justification and no clear purpose. That's bad policy and poor stewardship of taxpayer dollars. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by Representative Scott. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The noes have it. You almost got me there. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 1005?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1005, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier DAMD_002.
Mr. Chairman?
I recognize the gentleman from Utah.
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similarly to the bill before, this bill makes the Secretary of Education responsible for compliance. So my amendment will require that these actions stay with the Secretary of Education at the Department of Education. H.R. 1005 uses the definition of funds from the General Education Provisions Act, or GEPA, which applies to programs for which the Secretary or the Department has administrative responsibility. So because this bill can only apply to programs at the Department of Education, this amendment should not be controversial. Although the current administration is actively discussing how to dismantle the Department of Education, and President Trump recently stated that he hopes the Secretary, quote, puts herself out of a job, close quote, we know the value of the Secretary and the Department of Education. So the majority has decided to assign the Secretary more responsibilities while actively attempting to dismantle the Department of Education. I just want to note that. So this bill, which is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist, but my own colleagues' own admission, it is clear that the Secretary of Education and the Department of Education play a vital role in ensuring students have access to quality education. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I recognize the gentleman from Utah. Do you still insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I would withdraw the point of order.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, I now recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. Our colleagues on the left have returned with the exact same amendment as the last time, proposing that the department shall enforce this bill. As I've said before, this is obvious. Otherwise, we wouldn't be passing the bill. The department is still there. We expect the laws we pass to be followed, and this bill clearly outlines what the Secretary may and may not do. As before, this amendment is redundant with the existing bill language, adds unnecessary text to an otherwise simple bill, and contributes nothing of substance. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by Representative Bonamici. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1005? Seeing there are none, we will now move to consider our last bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 1049 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1049, a bill to ensure that parents are aware of foreign influence in their child's public school and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. McKenzie, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled ANS 001.
The clerk will designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1049 offered by Mr. McKenzie of Pennsylvania. Identifier ANS_001.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman McKenzie for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this important piece of legislation today and appreciate the hearing and the voting markup that we are actually undertaking, because what we see is that across our entire society, the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, is trying to exert its influence through a variety of avenues. This is glaringly obvious in social media, the acquisition of critical farmland and land near military bases, investment in businesses tied to national security and defense, funding of important and sensitive research in higher education, and finally, we know of the infiltration of our critical infrastructure by the CCP and their cyber actors. We know that the CCP's efforts to influence American classrooms are also taking place at all levels of education. It's been well documented at this point, and there shouldn't be an argument about the threat that we are facing. People across this country have been pushing back against this kind of pernicious influence when they know about it. And that is a critical piece of information, when they know about it. Because far too often, the CCP does this through various channels and under different names. So the TRACE Act, which we're looking at today, would actually bring transparency to this situation. It would shed light on this undue influence that we are seeing across our education systems. The TRACE Act requires that as a condition of receiving funds under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, schools must provide each parent the right to review any curricular material provided or purchased with funds from a foreign government or a foreign entity of concern. The bill also guarantees that parents get to know this critical information. They have a right to know, and they should know if any personnel at the child's school is being compensated by foreign sources. Parents must know who is teaching their child and what is being taught. Every parent has that right. That's something that we've been advocating for, and unfortunately, in the hearing that we held the other day on the state of education in our country, and also here today, I was surprised to hear and disappointed to hear that people want to push back against parents' rights and transparency. They call that interference. Interference in education is having a parent involved, according to them. That is so disappointing because we know that for children to succeed, one of the most critical things is having parental involvement. We've been advocating for that for years. We want more parents involved, not less. But at the same time, those that are opposed to this kind of legislation, just like they were last session, are going to say that they can't do it because of compliance or because of cost. Those, in my opinion, are weak arguments at best. The real threat is that we don't have parents involved in our students' education. And so what we should be doing is we should be advocating and encouraging more parental involvement in education, not less. Ultimately, transparency is one of the key components to parental involvement, because once they're involved and they want to understand what's going on in the classroom and who's teaching their children, what is being taught in the curriculum, they need that kind of insight. And they should be asking those questions, and we should be grateful that they're asking those questions. So, I would say this: when we face the threat of a rising communist China in so many areas across all of American society today, one of those places being education, the best deterrent to our adversaries targeting American children, our most precious asset, something that we can't place a price on, is the involvement of American parents. American parents are going to be that deterrent against this kind of undue influence in our educational system, and this piece of legislation would help bring about more transparency and more parental involvement. So I want to thank, again, the chairman for bringing up this important piece of legislation. I think it is long overdue, and I would encourage all of our members to vote yes on this legislation to bring about more transparency and more parental involvement in our education system. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in nature of substitute? Representative Scott, I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, once again, we're marking up a bill that is a solution in search of a problem. The Senate committee told us several years ago that there was no foreign influence in elementary and secondary education at the K through 12 level. Yet, here we go. The bill contains severe penalties for entire school districts and states for any failure to implement the requirements of the bill correctly, whether intentionally or unintentionally, by conditioning the receipt of ESEA funds to school districts and states meeting the technical requirements of the bill. At the same time, the bill makes it challenging to meet the requirements. It is unlikely the school might even know about agreements or financial transactions occurring at the school district level, since the bill does not require school districts to share information with the schools. The bill significantly broadens information that a parent may access beyond information pertaining to their own child. The General Education Provisions Act, GEPA, under that bill, the parents have the right to inspect instructional materials pertaining to their child's classes, but it's unclear in what instances a district or school would need to determine whether or not there's involvement by a federal government or a foreign entity of concern, as well as how to make that determination. It's also unclear whether every contract, new and existing, for food, tutoring, textbooks, janitorial services, trash collection, recycling, and so forth, needs to undergo that kind of investigation to determine whether or not it's a contract. So this is a massive complication. It's another unfunded mandate, so I'd hope we would, Mr. Chairman, oppose the legislation.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I now recognize The gentlelady from Oregon, Representative Bonamici.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I do want to say in support of my colleagues' comments about parental involvement. I'm a huge supporter of parental involvement in education. I spent years as a very involved public school parent, and there are many ways we should and can and should get more parents involved. Having more parent-teacher conferences at hours that are conducive to working parents, having childcare, language translation, lots of volunteer opportunities are great. I'm a huge supporter of parental involvement. I don't see anything in this bill, however, that would encourage parental involvement. I also want to discuss how this bill, again, requires a Secretary of Education to notify state educational agencies about its requirements. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have repeatedly voiced support for dismantling or abolishing the Department of Education. So here's another questionable decision to introduce legislation that seeks to expand the roles and responsibilities of a department they supposedly want to shutter. This TRACE Act would impose penalties for entire school districts for any failure to implement its requirements correctly, whether intentional or accidental. At the same time, the bill makes it challenging to meet these requirements. It's unlikely that a single school will know about agreements or financial transactions that occur at the district level, but the bill does not require districts to share that information with schools. Ultimately, as Ranking Member Scott said, this is another unfunded mandate with the potential to impose significant administrative burdens at the federal, state, and local and school levels. So rather than protecting our next generation from a threat that doesn't exist, this bill is going to limit important educational opportunities and lead to another generation in an isolationist era. So I oppose the bill. I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any others that wish to enter into discussion on this legislation? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1049 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier DAMD_001.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative from Utah, what is?
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia for his 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is about $3,000 per school. The provision of the bill says that the parent has a right to know of any agreement in writing between the school or local educational agency and a foreign country or foreign entity of concern. So if a principal is about to sign a contract, how do you determine whether or not it's a foreign entity of concern? And by the way, what is a foreign entity of concern? If somebody could tell me what a foreign entity of concern means. Does anybody on that side know? If you got a copy of the bill, it would say foreign entity of concern has a meaning given such term in section 10.612, subsection A of the Research and Development Competition and Innovation Act, 42 U.S. Code 19.221, subsection A. How would somebody know whether or not they're about to sign a contract with a foreign entity of concern until they know what a foreign entity of concern is, and whether they're buying something off the internet or signing a contract, whether or not this information has to be given to the parents because it was with a foreign entity of concern? How would the person know who they're dealing with? Anybody want to answer? I'll yield. Anybody wants to answer? Well, that's why you need they would want to call a lawyer to try to find out to help them work their way through this, because apparently nobody wants to answer the question, because nobody knows. That's why we need some money so that people can have professional development, legal fees, and administration fees to get through this. I yield back. Hope.
Time has expired for Mr. Scott. Does Mr. Owens insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chair, I withdraw the point of order.
Does anyone seek recognition on this amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. McKenzie for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to speak and also to respond to the ranking member. I think the legislative text that we have put forward is extremely clear. I don't understand how the confusion could exist when the legislative text is so explicitly clear. It is written in plain English that anybody would be able to understand. And so I would say this, regarding this amendment and the next amendment that we're going to face, this legislation has been out there from last session and this session. Now, I understand that I'm a new member on this committee, but nobody from the minority has approached me about either of these amendments. I would love to work in a bipartisan fashion to bring about transparency and parental rights. I would love to do that, but nobody from the minority approaches me. So it's very difficult to work with somebody in a legislative fashion when all they do is want to shoot holes in legislation and bring about straw man arguments to knock down parental rights and transparency for our students. If they want to actually work together in a bipartisan fashion, my door is always open. I welcome that. You can come to my office any single time, and I will have a conversation about how we can improve transparency and about how we can get more parents involved in their students' education. That's not what's going on here today. This is more delay tactics, more amendments that are intended to actually block information from being transmitted to parents. So I would encourage all of these amendments to actually be voted down today because I don't consider them to be actual improvements on this legislation. If they do want to improve this legislation and work together in a bipartisan fashion, again, my door is always open. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bodemici for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see anything in this bill that increases parental involvement, and I yield the balance of my time to Ranking Member Scott.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it was stated that the bill is clearly written so anybody can understand it, and then I asked what foreign entity of concern meant. The language in the bill says it means the meaning given such term in section 10.6.12 subsection A of the Research and Development, Competition and Innovation Act of 42 U.S. Code 19.221 subsection A. Now, who knows what that means? Anybody? You got it? I yield. I'll yield to you.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do understand what that section means, and it means that it would apply to communist China.
Chair recognizes Mr. Scott.
Reclaiming my time, I don't know what the language is, but frankly, I doubt it probably includes communist China, it probably includes something else. And anybody who is going to think that that language is clear and understandable would appreciate being able to hire a lawyer to be able to figure it out. And that's why this amendment is so necessary, because of, particularly in light of the answer that we just got. I yield back.
I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is the amendment by Mr. Scott. All in favor say yea, all opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed upon. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute H.R. 1049?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bonanucci. Excuse me. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 1049 offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon. Identifier DAMD_002.
Mr. Chairman,
The chair recognizes Mr. Owens.
I reserve a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill makes the Secretary of Education responsible for compliance, so I offer again an amendment to mandate that these actions stay with the Department of Education and the Secretary of Education. The H.R. 1049 refers to funds authorized through the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. The ESEA is administered by the Department of Education. Therefore, there should be no objection to ensuring that this bill is also administered by the department. And although the current administration is actively discussing how to dismantle the Department of Education, and President Trump recently said he hopes that the secretary, quote, puts herself out of a job, close quote, we know that there is value to the secretary and the department. The majority has decided to assign the secretary more responsibilities while actively attempting to dismantle the Department of Education. And I want to note on Mr. Ranking Member Scott's point, and the definition of a foreign country of concern. I have a pretty dusty law degree, and I know how to look up a statute, but my school districts and local education agencies do not have lawyers on hand to help them, and this is an additional burden for them. So instead of investing in our children, Republicans are stuck on these proposals that will create more challenges, more work for schools across the country. This bill is addressing a non-issue, but by my colleagues' own admission, it's clear that the Secretary of Education and the Department of Education both play vital roles in ensuring students across the country have access to a quality public education. So I encourage my colleagues to support, everyone should support this amendment because it's their bill that's putting the work to the Department of Education and the Secretary, and I yield back.
The time has expired for Mrs. Bonanucci. Does Mr. Owens insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chair, I withdraw the point of order.
Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to this amendment in particular, I think the easiest and fastest way to comply with this legislation is to not accept funds from Communist China. It's very simple. If you're not accepting funds from an entity like that, you won't have any compliance costs, because then parents will have the transparency that will be brought about by this act. They will not ever find that there was any money being given to a school district to influence the curriculum or the teaching that is going on in a classroom, and it'll be very simple to reply from the school district just saying, we have not received those funds. Very simple, very easy, straightforward piece of legislation that increases transparency and also, again, then will help parents be involved in their students' education. So, again, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment because the legislation is clear on this front. It makes compliance very easy, and I would encourage anybody, again, if they want to work in a bipartisan fashion to improve this legislation, to protect our children and their education, our door is always open. Thank you.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I was just looking up 42 USC 19221A. Subsection 1 says a foreign country of concern means the People's Republic of China, as has been indicated. It also says the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the Russian Federation, the Islamic Federation of Iran, or any other country determined to be a country of concern by the Department of State. So there could be countries on here listed that aren't even in the, not only in the bill, not only in the cross-reference, but you got to go to the Department of State to find out what today those countries are. So I don't know how you teach people to look that up, to know who they can contract with and what information they've got to give. But the Department of Education ought to figure that out so that people could have that information. And we ought to reconsider killing the amendment so that the school systems can have some money to teach all of the people who are contracting in their school system, in their school, so they'll know who has to be disclosed and who doesn't. But the answer was that I got was incomplete just during the debate. And that's why this is complicated and needs professional development and some support if this thing is going to become law.
We yield the time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is, on the amendment by Ms. Bonaducci, all in favor, please say yea. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed upon.
Yes, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute H.R. 1049? Seeing no, there will be no further amendments pursuant to the previous order. The chair declares that the committee is in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will reconvene promptly at 3 p.m. Thank you. So the committee stands in recess. What the pen, do you need it?
No, I don't. There's a nice one somewhere left.
Have a motion for personal privilege, if I could, while we're getting together.
Do you want this on the record?
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
We better reconvene first then, huh?
Okay.
So we get on record.
Well, we're getting,
The committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess, and been requested for
point of personal privilege.
point of personal privilege by the ranking member, and I'm feeling really good about today, so of course I will give it.
Mr. Chairman, earlier in the meeting, I quoted 42 U.S. Code 19221. I read A1 when I really should have been reading A2, a foreign entity of concern. And it says that the term foreign entity of concern means a foreign entity that is A, designated as a foreign terrorist organization by the Secretary of State under Section 1189A of Title 8, B, included in the list of specially designated nationals and blocked by persons maintained by the Office of Foreign Assets Control of the Department of Treasury, commonly known as the SDN list, C, owned, controlled, or subject to the jurisdiction or direction of a government of a foreign country that is a covered nation, such term is defined in Section 4872 of Title 10. D, alleged by the Attorney General to have been involved in activities for which the conviction was obtained under and a series of criminal code violations. E, determined by the Secretary of Commerce in consultation with the Secretary of Defense and the Director of National Intelligence to be engaged in unauthorized conduct that is detrimental to the national security or foreign policy of the United States. Understanding that paragraph will be what people will need to understand to be able to comply with the bill we're about to consider. And that's why we need funding for professional development so that people will know exactly how to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're back.
The committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess. We'll proceed to postpone requests for recorded votes. We'll now be voting on 3 amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute H.R. 1048. First, we'll be voting on the amendment offered by Mr. Scott, DEM/AMD/04. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. I now recognize Ranking Member Scott.
Ranking member intends to vote yes. Ranking member intends to vote yes.
Before I ask the clerk to open the vote, I'll just remind you this is our first attempt at electronic voting. I think it'll work very well. Make sure you press the on button first to make sure it's on. And from that point on, I don't think you're going to have to press the on button. And then you'll know what to do as far as the votes. The clerk will open the vote.
Man, I thought I had a vote over there.
we will hold it open a little longer on the first vote, but we want to use this to move quickly from this point on.
Chairman, you did good. You're very convincing. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all we expect.
What about Comer? We set? Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. Next, we'll be voting on the amendment offered by Dr. Adams, DEM/AMD/03. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using an electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. I now recognize Ranking Member Scott.
Ranking Member intends to vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. Now we'll be voting on the amendment offered by Ms. Lee, DEM/AMD/02. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. Ranking Member Scott?
I intend to vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? I'm not waiting for them. Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report Bill H.R. 1048 and recognize Mr. Baumgartner.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 1048 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 1048 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Chairman, to ask for a recorded vote.
Ranking member asks for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye. I now recognize Ranking Member Scott.
Who intends to vote no?
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The motion is agreed to. H.R. 1048 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized. Would the clerk restate the tally?
On this vote, there are 20 yeas and 14 nays.
Just what I said. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule...
Did you declare the bill passed?
The motion is agreed to. Yeah, he said the motion is agreed to.
Work with me. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now move on to H.R. 649. The amendment in the nature of a substitute was adopted by voice vote. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 649 and recognize Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 649 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 649 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Does anyone request a record roll call? Roll call is, a recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking member is going to try to vote no.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 24 yeas and 10 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 649 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objections, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objections, so ordered. We will now move on to H.R. 1069. We will be voting on two amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. First, we will be voting on amendment offered by Mr. Scott, DAMD_001. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. I now recognize Representative Scott.
Ranking member intends to vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. Next, we'll be voting on the amendment offered by Ms. Bonamici, DAMD_002. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. The ranking member
Intends to vote yes.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1069. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, even with the double votes down there, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 1069 and recognize Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 1069 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 1069 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Does anyone request a recorded vote? Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking member intends to vote no.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Representative McLean, do you desire to vote? You're enjoying it too much. Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas and 13 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1069 is reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now move on to H.R. 1005. We'll be voting on one amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which is DAMD_001. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using an electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. Ranking member?
Votes aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1005. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill, H.R. 1005, and recognize Mr. Rulli.
Thank you, Chairman. I move that the Committee on Education and Workforce report Bill H.R. 1005 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendations that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 1005 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Does anyone request a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no. Ranking member? Excuse me, I intend to vote yes. No. I intend to vote yes. Ranking member?
Let me look it up real quick.
Intends to vote? Oh, you're up already. I didn't ask for the
I got it.
board to be open.
Mr. Chairman, could you clarify the number of the bill, please?
No, it's good.
1005.
Okay.
It's
1005.
we have the typo.
I'm only reading what's in front of me.
It's a typo on ours.
Well, to be voted.
It's up on the board as 1005.
That's correct. We had a typo that was about.
We had a typo on our sheet.
Ah. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 20 yeas and 14 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1005 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now move to H.R. 1049. We'll be voting on two amendments. First, we'll be voting on the amendment offered by Mr. Scott, DAMD_001. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member, aye.
The clerk will open the vote. The clerk will open the vote. Surprising I did it right that time. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 14 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. Next, we'll be voting on the amendment offered by Ms. Bonamici, DAMD_002. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member, aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 13 yeas and 20 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1049. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 1049 and recognize Mr. McKenzie.
I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 1049 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs in reporting H.R. 1049 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Does anyone request a recorded vote? Yes. A recorded vote has been requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote aye.
This motion to report.
The ranking member intends to vote
no.
The clerk will open the vote. The clerk. Thank you. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 20 yeas and 13 nays.
The ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. We thank the committee. Before you all leave, hear my appreciation. 1049 is ordered, reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials in the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day. If there's no further business before the committee, and I guess the only business that I would add, as we've done this, I would ask the institutions if you would hang with me for a moment here. We've taken votes and we've requested by law school districts, educational institutions to follow the law. But if it's a good law, we would ask them to voluntarily do this and prove to us that they want to do best by their students, by the security of this country, by the security of all that is American as well, and offer an opportunity for us to feel secure in our educational settings. So I ask that publicly and hope that voluntary effort will take place, and we'll see it happen whether it's at Harvard, Columbia, MIT, or any of the schools that came before this committee in the past, and all of the rest. With that, if there's no further business before the committee, and without objection, the committee stands adjourned.